Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. We had another weekend, another week. We're in 11th of May already. Damn, time goes fast. Can't believe it. Um, Let me check. Okay, everything should be good. Um, so. Um, I mean, we all know that we've been very bullish for a long time, but the interesting part is that if you look for a yearly profile, um, we had a turn here, right, in March, end of March, and even at 2.5 standard deviation, we didn't have a proper pullback, and now we're at 3.5, and we're reaching 4. So I think we should prepare ourselves for this week. Hey, hello, Jay, how are you doing? We should prepare ourselves for a reaction at some point, right? I mean, we could also blast through 4 standard deviations of the higher time frame, but I think we should be aware that anything can happen right now, being second week of the month. But then again, we had expansion in the first. No TGIF. There was no proper retracement. So let's see what's going on. We just keep our eyes open. We just go with the flow. Obviously. But where did my levels go? Did I mark them? I just want these levels on my chart. Okay. Now, what happened with my 20% and um, okay, I had marked them, but for some reason it has disappeared, I guess. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me close the curtains because I can see a lot of sunlight coming in. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. Okay, guys. So I've been thinking about a few things because this price action has been difficult for a lot of people, and it really can drive people to do unnecessary things. And I think in these times, it's very, very important to have a strict set of rules, and you have to live by, which sometimes means you have to miss a trade if it doesn't fit your criteria. But it's so important, especially now, to have like either a model or something that you have been back testing, forward testing, and you have a set of rules, and you know that if you only would use that specific set of requirements, it will turn you green over, let's say you do it 100 times per week and it will give you 60%. But then if you have a 2R winning, if that is your structure. But I think even more so now, it's more and more important to really have that mechanical way approach and build a database which you can trust on. And then still, if it doesn't present itself, you just have to wait. Then the other difficult part comes in. That's the patience part. But I think now it's so important to really, really focus on that. And then, you know, and journaling. Most people don't journal. It's so important. I can't stress it enough. If you don't journal, you're not going to find out where your weaknesses are, where the problem lies. So it's hard to really address them. And I see it a lot. Yeah, I don't want to give a rant, but it's so important to really, it's just it is a fundamental. Without those things, I think it's really hard to really survive in this business. Especially now, because the markets they're just inducing FOMO, greed, the way how it's printing. So you need to find a way how to navigate them. Look, I've been very honest about it that I don't like it, but it doesn't mean that I have not been journaling and looking into them. I can see exactly what they're doing, how they use, or even 1 minute order blocks give 90-point trades nowadays. I chose to stay out of it, but it doesn't mean that I am looking for, okay, how would I enter? How could I trade this? And blah, blah, blah. Yeah, yay, Jay. I love to hear that. It speeds up your learning curve, and you find your weaknesses, and then you know what to work on. Because that's it. It's all about, what do I need to work on to be successful in this business? And it's just not opening up an account and just, put in a trade. It doesn't make you a trader. It's like you have to get a PhD in finance, which means you have to have structure. And it's not easy, but I really want to emphasize that, guys, because just opening up a trading account and just watching a few videos does not make you a trader. It's simple as that. It just makes you liquidity. You've got to put in the work. You've got to figure out where your weaknesses are, your issues, and address them. And it's an ongoing journey. It's not like, also one thing I want to point out, when you are profitable at some point, they can take it away from you straight away. It doesn't mean you're always profitable. You need to keep working at it. You need to keep working at it. You can change, the market can change. It's an ongoing journey. But I mean, and you gotta love it. You just gotta love it. But yeah, I just want to start out with that because I just noticed that a lot of people are struggling also. I also found the market very, very, I just didn't like, I just don't like it. And I don't know why. I still can't put my finger on it. And I just chose to I was very limited in my trading. But it doesn't mean I haven't like back tested it and went into it and traded it like, okay, what I've done, what works, what doesn't work. So, but I'm very eager. Like I said, we've blasted through 2.5 standard deviation, and everyone who has studied a little bit of ICT and knows the standard deviation that we use from the manipulation move from the turn. From 2.5 standard deviations, we can get a pullback into 1.5, and then you get continuation to 4 standard deviations or even 6, right? But we haven't had any at 2.5. So there is a possibility that around 4, we might get a nice turn. But even there, we could still blast on through 6. I mean, anything is possible, but you want to be aware that we could, be setting up because we're getting at the second and the third week of the month. And if you know your quarterly or your weekly sessions, week 2 and 3, we can get distribution sometimes in week 2, but preferably I would love it in week 3. So yeah, and once you are profitable, it's actually it's a maintenance thing, exactly, and it never stops. I got profitable and I suddenly was back to break even after, and like, oh my God, why? You get cocky, you get like, oh my God, you get arrogant because suddenly you think you're that. Hey, Tali. Yeah, but the most important thing is having a set, being very rule based, getting the emotions. You need to take your emotions out of the equation. And that you can only do that by having structure and having a list of requirements that you seek for your things that you've been backtesting. That works for you, and you have to stick to them. And that sometimes means letting trades go because it doesn't fit your criteria. It's as easy as that. Well, it's not as easy, but and then that will also train you with fear and FOMO because you know what? I know my set of rules. I know they work. I've backtested them. I've got my data on it. It will present itself over a month because you don't look per day. You look over a month or even a longer set of time because you want to be green, let's say per month, because you want to trade for income. You just want to be green at the end of the month to pay your bills and to live off it, right? So you have to get away from that mindset that you have to have that you look per day, because sometimes you'll have a red day, and those are the hardest. I find it very difficult to close my day red. I'm just being honest. It's a difficult thing, but you have to be okay with that, to set a max loss per day and really limit yourself to a specific amount of trades. If you're really strict, it's going to be 1 per session. If you're really strict, it's going to be 1 per day. That will force you to really look for the A+ setup. I think 1 per day is a little bit, is really hard, to be honest. I think that's only when you're really experienced at some point. So I would limit yourself to 2 per session, and 2 per session. And if they're 2 winning, you're done. You're happy with what you made. And then you journal those trades. How could I have made more out of this trade? What could I have done better? And your max loss limit per session or per day is the most important thing. You cannot go over it. You have to stop. Simple as that. But then, okay, enough rant. I just want to address it because it is important. Oh, look at that. The daily open has been rejecting this 15-minute candle. That's interesting. We have a 15-minute devil's mark in a rejection block. I like to see that. We're consolidating clearly in the 15 minutes. So yeah, I mean, we're just consolidating. So I thought it's time to, I can do that without missing a trade anyway. So yeah, you have to maintain discipline and even intensify your discipline. The moment you get profitable, you actually want to grow more and more into disciplined trading. It's all about discipline and having preserving capital. The moment you don't follow your rules, you're gonna blow up your account. I do. The moment I let go, I get into that trap. So that's why I sometimes now I choose not to. I just miss trade. I just watch and I'm like, okay, I'd rather watch. I'd rather journal, um, and prepare myself for something that I think it's going to be very nice what's coming. So let's go over the calendar, by the way. Today there's no news, but listen, we've seen many times on Monday, it can be a trend day, right? Monday doesn't mean there's no news, it's going to be no trading day. That's utterly bullshit. It just depends on what the market is giving us. Many Mondays have been trend days lately. Yeah, back testing, forward testing, it doesn't matter. I prefer forward testing because I've got more emotions tied to a trade that I do in forward testing, and especially also here when I do it on stream, because I journal them as well, right? So every trade that you put on, even if it's a paper trade, should be a learning, something that gives you more knowledge or helps you identify your where you're at, for example. It's Monday. For me, also my first two trades, even though I see it very clearly will be a paper trade and I don't have any monetary win or loss. If it's a winning trade, it's all good because then, okay, I'm reading the market, it's doing what I think it's doing. And people that journal a lot will also see, okay, if London is behaving in a certain way or even Asia, you can see, you can sort of, it helps you already identify what the rest of the day could bring. Yeah. So, um, previous day high here is Asia high. It's a little bit confusing. It's just the high that has been set before 12 o'clock, right? Before midnight Eastern. We only talk in Eastern to make it clear. So this is just the Asia high, which was created in Asia, obviously, but because it's before midnight, it's called previous day high. We already took Asia high, actually already took previous day high, and we turned, right? So just to make that clear, we rejected here. So I would say we would definitely go for the highs here. I'm not interested in the trade, but because we have a rejection block and we're going up, I would say we're going to take out these highs here. Hey, yeah, Jay. Well, it starts with identifying, and if you notice that it happens all the time somewhere in the same place, it actually tells you in your situation that if you make some money, just you have to stop at some point and just be happy with it. Or you're just getting back in and you're not getting in with a structured model or something, right? So you have something that works for you in one area and then you get back in, and then most of the times you lose it at the same time, right? Which you shared with me. That tells you that you actually don't have a model to trade in that time because it's not working. There's no structure, and you're just getting in because you think what works in Asia is going to work for you in London or after a specific time. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a shit. I mean, most people, I mean, it's always greed or fear. It's always based around fear or greed, FOMO, right? It's so, and that just means that uh, you think, oh my God, I've got an opportunity now. I've got to take it. Otherwise, there's not going to be an opportunity. But when you have a good model and you have a set of, you get rid of that fear because the model it will present itself over and over and over again. It is as simple as that. Look, this structure already, we have a rejection block. I can see a breaker here already. If I mark the breaker, I can already see we already here. We have a retest here, boom, 145, retest again. It's going to go up. The structure already tells me it's going up. Do I want to jump in? No. But for me, just reading that the structure is working here, that, okay, we went the rejection block. What is it going to do now? It's going to take some liquidity somewhere here. But we were, and this breaker over here tells me, okay, we're going up as well. But, you know, and then you wait for time. Time, guys. Macros. Now let's go into we have a 4-hour candle that opened up here, right? So at 2 o'clock, we open up a new 4-hour candle. Now, what are we doing? We have consolidation. Are we going to form a wick, go back lower at some point, go back into the 20-30% of last week, or are we going to go like, see, this is how the 4-hour looks. What did we do? This 4-hour rejected in this one here. So for me, it's just going to, and we also went into this wick here. So this, for me, it's just, okay, I can trust this small 1-minute breaker structure for a small trade. I'm not trading it at the moment. Let's see if it wants to go higher. ES is about to take Asia high already. You can see it here on the 15. ES still has a gap, empty gap, and Q has not. You see the difference here? So that also tells you, it's likely that we go a little bit higher, right? How was your weekend, guys? Did everyone have a good weekend? Did anyone do some back testing or look at the market? What's going on? Oh shit! I'm on a live chat. Nether, if you're here, I missed a. Oh, Mether, yeah. Sorry, Mether. I just realized I was on top chat. Mether has a good question here. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, Mether, I missed you Friday. I mentioned in chat. I was like, oh my God, where's Mether? I kept on going to live chat because I didn't see you I'm like, oh, something is off, but I know it might have been a holiday. Do you journal your trades only, or also the sessions in general? Yes. I have I journal trades, but also general, especially in the beginning when I didn't know what to journal. I was looking at markets in general and like, okay, what's happening here? So I have like um trades journal. So really, I go into the trade itself, but also I look at the session itself, what happened, and also after a day, I look at the whole day. And so that would be, I've got lower time frame journaling, but also higher 15-minute. And also, depending at the end of the week, I go over the weekly profiles and stuff like that as well. Yeah. So it's a lot of, I mean, it's a lot of work, but the benefit is so huge at some point, that I started loving doing it because that's where I started seeing things and started connecting more dots. So yeah, it's a lot of work. Okay, so yeah, they see, of course you slept whole of the weekend because you are hardly sleeping during the week, right? You have a lot of uh, uh, I think sometimes it's also getting broken sleep. I noticed that with myself, that also tires me because I also have because I also don't sleep a lot and I wake up a lot and I wake up early and then I just have, it's sort of like I need to also catch up on sleep then during the weekend. I noticed that as well. So who said that ES making new high for the day? Not yet. Or you think, KC, we're gonna make new highs? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. Um, I mean, we're still going off this 1 minute breaker. We retested it at 1:45, at 2 o'clock, higher. The only thing that I'm wondering is, are we making the 4 hour wick and going lower for distribution, or are we going to continue higher? This structure doesn't make it clear to me, to be honest, at the moment. So I'm just waiting for more data. What do you got? Let me do a poll. Yes, yeah, it's just Haney. Yes. So when you journal, you should journal monthly, weekly, daily power of three. It gives you the whole idea behind the week and session. Yeah, but that might be, if people start, it's just any, it might be a little bit difficult to start with. But yeah, I would definitely highly recommend also every day after the end of the day, you journal the whole day. At the end of the week, you journal the whole week. And at the end of the month, you journal the whole month. It will start to give you, obviously you look at the higher time frame. When you do daily, you can still use the 15-minute, for example. So if I do at the end of the day my journal, I look at the 15-minute. If I do a weekly, I tend to, it depends on the week. If there is a lot of large candles, you can do 15 1 hour or 4 hour candles. And obviously the month you want to use the daily, right? Or something, or four. It just depends on what you find. But you when you start journaling, you technically will spend more time journaling in the beginning than you are trading. Most people don't like it, but once you start seeing the advantage, and you can, all the people that are profitable and are doing well, they will tell you the same thing. They are journaling. It's just Haney. I'm not surprised that he comes up with this advice. He's an extremely good trader and he knows what he's doing. Why? Because he started journaling. It's as simple as that. Um, Not only because he journaled, but it speeds up your process, right? It really speeds up your process. I do not. Yeah, see, it's just Haney. I did not, and I wish I did. I was one of those people that thought, I don't know what to journal, and I wish I did. And I always say it. I wish I started journaling sooner. I wish I did. Going over the week, what I missed. I love. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to hear that. And guys, it is really. I can't stress it enough. If you work with me, it's one of I'm very strict with journaling. I demand that you journal. I demand it. Um, because it will make you independent much quicker. I'm going to do a poll. I'm more, I, don't, I wonder if I wonder if if ES wants to go higher. We might have some SMT. I'm going to do a poll with you guys. Bullish. So when I wake up, because for me it's late when my trading day ends, right? I'm too tired to journal, to be honest. So at the end of when New York finishes, it's 11, between 10 and 11 o'clock at night here. I don't journal after that because I'm just tired. But the first thing I wake up, I journal. I go over, I try to do the London session between London and New York. I journal that. But my New York session, I do early in the morning when I wake up. So most people don't journal. Hey, it's just Haney. It's most people just don't journal. It's the truth. Um, bullish, bearish. What time is it? 2:33. Bullish, bearish until let's say 3 o'clock. Okay, guys, let's go. Bullish. No, let me. Oh shit. Yeah, I wanted to rephrase the question. All-time high taken in London or not? And we're talking about NQ. Yeah, let's do it that way. Also high taken in London or not on NQ. Okay, you guys think it's yes. Okay. Okay, so why am I not touching it yet now? Look at the 1 hour. We're just consolidating at the moment. Um, Hey Alex, how are you? No, I don't trade. I look at the Dow, but I don't trade it. No. Um, what are you guys? No, okay, 57 now. No, yeah. I'll be right back, guys. Yes, it's just ping pong, right? Yeah, you want to see one level be broken. I'll be right back. Hold on. okay, what's going on? Based on what, Jay? What was your entry? I mean, I should have gotten in why. Tell me why. What's your strategy? What's the logic of you entering the short? Or let me ask you that. What's your confirmation? What gave you the confirmation that the short is validated? Because that's what you want to, like, I can see 50% of the wick, so that would provide me the short. But on the other hand, I see a breaker that's still holding here. Um, so for me, it's like, okay, we are in a area of consolidation. It could break, but I would like to see a little bit more. Let it just play out and then see what's happening. Um, hey, Zara Trader, how are you? So Jay, what is your entry? What would have been your? You said I should have gotten in, but on based on what? Can you give that? What's the structure of your entry, or is it just a displacement candle that gives you FOMO? Okay, let's see now. Am I interested in a long or a short? It's not bloody red out there yet. Just because it's going down doesn't mean we're still in consolidation area. We're moving away into this wick here, but there's no confirmation for me yet. I'm staying out at the moment. For me, it's not red or not. We did go lower than a 1 minute breaker block, but it doesn't mean, oh, it's all red for me yet, because we're still in an area of consolidation. For me, it's more red than, but I think it could still go back up and take out these highs. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We have a rejection block here. So we're going into the wick of this rejection. So for me, it's important to see how we're reacting here. And if we go lower, if we can make it through this wick. So 252. I'm more interested in a long than in a short at the moment. I'm not entering, but just watching. I think it's very dangerous to be very bearish now. You just want to, I want more confirmation of, because we're still above the midpoint here. Um, Rejecting here. Let's see if we can get, will we stay below these two? That's important. I'm not doing anything right now. For me, it's unclear. I don't want to say it's red or it's bearish or bullish. I want more confirmation. This move for me is not enough for now. In all honesty, for me, this is the market structure shift. To be honest, if it really wants to go down, I really want to see. I can see here we have a change in state of delivery on even on the 3 minute. Do I trust it? Not yet. Normally I trust 3 minute CISD, but not now. Why? Because of this one here. So that for me, that invalidates the 3 minute CISD at the moment. We're inverting this one already. So, hey, Mr. Chaos, how are you? Yeah, I would definitely not be short yet. Definitely not. No. Oh, guys, I've totally forgot to mark my area. Oh my God. Why didn't anyone? It's because I started with a rent. There we go. People, yeah, please be careful with your shorts, please. Just wait for confirmation. We blasted through the opening price of the 2 o'clock. So that is, you do not want to, you really have to be careful with your shorts when that happens. Let's see if the open price stays below it. We have to stay below this area here. Once we go over this price section, you want to be careful with your shorts. $256. You can see here on the higher time frame, we're just consolidating, right? It doesn't tell you a lot. It just tells you it went back and forth. We're above the open. Yeah, Jay, it goes, but it was never bear. I mean, you said it was bearish, but based on what? I was asking why, and you said, "Oh, be careful, it's red now." But you are not, just because it's going down, it doesn't mean automatically it's bearish. You have to look for, you have to have specifics. What gives you the confirmation? What's the confirmation? Or what is it leaving behind for, I might have to come back to this area to either rebalance it or to, because it's like the market does only two things, right? It seeks liquidity or balance out imbalances. Now, yeah, we have a change in state delivery on the lower time frame. Yes, I can see that. I totally see that. But is it enough for me to enter a short from here yet? No, I really want to, I just don't trust it because I see some imbalances left behind. And it's still respecting a higher time frame order block. I marked this area here for a reason. See, it's respecting the order block here. So Um, oh, that's opening prices. So the midnight is just midnight Eastern. It's an algorithmic time. It's actually where the algorithmic day starts at midnight, so that's why it's of significance. And it's now specifically of significance because it's also within a macro. And the 2 o'clock price, the opening price of the 2 o'clock, what happened at 2 o'clock. And it's also the start of a 4 hour candle. Yes. So for me, being a distribution trader and trading off the 2 midnight and well, technically the 4 hour candle is important to me. But for me, it's very hard to establish what the distribution of the 4 hour is going to be. I mean, this structure on the 4 hour doesn't give me enough clarity to trade the direction that I think it's going yet. I just don't have confidence in the direction. Yet. And on the 1 hour, let me see. It's still in consolidation. For me, this is just people who are really like, oh, it's long or short. What are you I'm always asking, what are you basing it off? Because it's still consolidating. You really want to see some proper displacement away from something. And even if we go here, I still want to see it. How are we reacting in this wick? We are below this, so technically I would like to short, but I am very careful with this structure now. Also 2 and 3 o'clock open very close to each other. That's also for me always a sign like, okay, just wait a little bit longer. Patient, guys. Talib, what do you mean she doesn't trade pullbacks? I trade pullbacks if it's clear to me. Don't speak for me. What I do and I don't do. So also why I don't want to engage. You see on ES we're above midnight. There's a discrepancy now, so I just stay out. It has nothing to do with I don't trade pullbacks. I just want clarity when I enter a trade. I just want to be clear. And if I see a discrepancy between ES and NQ, one of my rules, I stay out. We're above midnight on ES, we're below midnight on NQ. I don't like that. That means one of the two will have to. This is where people get chopped up in this area. No, but it's true, guys. I mean, this area where people are going to be chopped up. It looks clear on one, but I mean, I can see it also spike up and then go back and forth, back and forth. I see bearishness, but I see also bullish structure, so I'm just careful. We are staying below this area, which is nice in a way. Let's see if we have bullish structure again. So you see what's happening here? We're not going above midnight. We keep on wicking into it, but also you want to watch the open prices. There's no bodies coming through, but we're in a macro. Nothing is happening at the moment. So it could slam down, but I just don't want to risk it. We did go 50% here. Yeah, I think it could go into this wick, but yeah, I'm staying. I mean, 270, so it could be a 30 point. If it wants to go down, um, yeah, I'm not taking any risk in this area. I'm just gonna wait. Maybe the next hour, maybe it might be a little bit better. It could go down into this wick maybe, but it could also, I can also see it take out, go a little bit. I don't know. I don't like it. Look, we had a doji here on this hourly from 2 to 3. It's a doji. I don't like it. This technically is bearish because we are below the price action here and we're just not going above midnight. Both NQ and ES are below midnight now, so I can see it go down, but I'm still not going to engage. It's a little bit too wicky and too spiky for me. I don't trust it. I stay out of this price action. But I think it might slam down, but it could also spike back up after that move again. So I'm not touching this. This is for me, no touching. 270 area. Let's see if it wants to go down. Hey, Never Suffer, how are you doing? Yes, you also have a nice week. I don't like the price section too much. It's too wiki and too, I guess. Ah. You see, ES is above the 2 o'clock and Q is below. Um, so ES is clearly still in a consolidation area. We have a nice gap here. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it goes down, but we're outside macro time now. Seems to be going lower already here. You see the difference? And ES is still above the midnight and 2 o'clock, and Q is below it. Let's see the poll. It's 3:13. Let's do a new poll. 47 take it yes, 53 no. We're gonna do a new poll up to 4 o'clock. 4:30. Same question. I'll phrase it a little bit differently. Just bullish or bearish. Let's forget about all-time highs. Or accumulation. To 4:30. Yeah, let's do 4:30. What time is it? It's about an hour to go. Bullish, bearish, accumulation. ES now below midnight. Good. Yeah, I would love to see it fall all the way down to here, but I'm just wondering if we're going to get that now. Let's see. Okay, let's see if now ES also wants to stay below midnight and 2 o'clock. Still don't. Bullish, bearish 60% and equal bullish to accumulation. Okay. Okay, now I am more interested because now I want to see this move away from the 2 o'clock. Let's see. See, it does not do it. See, I don't trust it as long as ES stays above 2 o'clock. I am not entering a short. I would rather have one displacement and then trade a pullback. So Talib, I do trade pullbacks, but I need more confirmation. I don't just enter on, I just want more confirmation. And I don't care for these small moves, if that makes sense, right? For me, I would rather see it like, give me the, I would rather have confirmation for continuation than take this first move that sort of is bearish, but it could also just spike back up from here because it goes into a larger wick, right? And then go back up. And this is sort of like we had this on the bearish side, we have this on the bullish. This is showing bullishness, this is bearishness. So if I see that discrepancy, I'm not going to waste my mental capital on it because what we got equal highs here on ES. And it just doesn't want to go lower than 2 a.m., which is an open price of a new 4-hour candle, which is very significant, right? I really want to see a closure, at least on the 15 below that 2 o'clock open price, because that will give me confirmation for bearish continuation on both, and I want them both to be bearish. I'm not going to trade NQ bearish when ES is showing bullishness, if that makes sense. I like the SMT if it shows me, but not when it's like one is going up and one is going down, if that makes sense. Yeah, and because you know, pullbacks are actually the best trades if they are, you know, those are your continuation trades. But then you have like a proper, you want a fast displacement. Like I hate this. I'm like back and forth, wiki, wacky. You want like fast displacement. I would have loved to see like large red candles going down, right? Because that gives you the displacement. I don't mind not being in it, but it gives me a lot of possibilities for future trades. This is just telling me like, okay, you know what? Yeah, it's going down, but we still have like, we're still in an area of a range, and Q and ES are telling me a different story at the moment. You see, it just doesn't want to go lower. For those who uh, have people seen the BOLO of ICT? The BOLO PD array? Isn't this the BOLO? Let me on the 1 hour. Look at ES, guys. Ooh, I'm getting bullish. What time is it? 3:22. Ooh, I like it. Let me see. 3:18. Where's 3:12? 3:12. Inversion again. We've got an inversion, guys. Okay, let me see if there's a trade here. Let me. Paper trade, bullish. It's just Haney. I listened to it, and he just says that it's the identity. I don't think he really is. I don't believe he's going to stop. I wonder. I mean, he is bipolar, right? So I'm in a paper trade. Yeah, he said. You know how many times he said goodbye? He's too. I mean, yeah. He said. I think he said goodbye 5 times or something. I mean, okay. I'm in a long, guys. Paper trade long. Well, ES was telling me I mean, ES was sort of like giving me to don't enter a short right now. Hey, poo. Look how beautiful this V-shaped recovery. Let's see if it can hold. I wanted to go over 2 o'clock again. So why am I long? So for me, I was very hesitant going short. Why? Because there was a discrepancy between ES and NQ. Now, it was looking like it looked like a short to me, but I was on alert because I saw that ES did not go lower than the 2 a.m., which is an open price, the 4-hour candle. It did not go lower, and Q and ES did, and we're technically still in an area of consolidation. So you always have to be careful. Like I'm always looking for more. Like I want like if we move away from an area, you would like to see large displacement to give you the confirmation of the short. Now we could still go short from here, but so my profit might be a little bit too high. But let's see. It could go short from here. Yeah, see, because now we're not above. We don't get higher than the 2 a.m. here. But let's see. And what happened here? We had an inversion, a new breaker. So when the moment we got over, we inverted this, I went long here. We had like a retest of the inversion. So here I entered long, stop loss below the second candle of the inversion, and then I just take it up to the equal high, which is just above midnight. But let's see if we're not consolidating, because I want us to go above this. If we don't go higher than this, we still might go short. But this was telling me it was not ready to go down yet fully, if that makes sense. It could still go short from here. So that means my TP should be at 2 a.m. here, right? This is a paper trade. So I'm just, for me, it's also just journaling. Like, okay, did I take it too long? I'm going to be stopped out. I journal this. But for me, this was telling it wasn't ready to go yet. Now maybe we're ready to go. This might go below 2 o'clock. So let's see. I'm always waiting for extra confirmation. See, now we are rejecting here, so I think we could go lower now. Now would be more interesting. I'm getting out. It did not. So we are staying below, and also we want to see this now. Now I see this wick here, and now I think, we could be rejecting here. Now the short might be. Now I might be more interested in a short. Now it's a paper trade, so I am leaving it. If I get stopped out, I'm going to journal it as such, like, okay, what happened, blah, blah, blah. But either this is rejecting or we're going to go for the equal highs. But Wiki wiki. Yeah, okay. So I wanted to say I would be interested in a short now because we hit 0.5 with this around 3:30. We are maybe NQES is ready to go now, but I'm still. Bearish 44, bullish. What time is it? 3:34. You know, guys, I think the short is going to be so sweet. When we get the short, it's going to be such a nice short. We could go all the way down here, but it's not making it easy on us. But listen, um, I want that short. Jay, how many trades have you taken already? Let me Jay, you're going too much back and forth. You say it's bearish, now you're bullish. What's your, do you have a structure? What's the structure, right? You want to try to have one, just a few trades, wait for confirmation. I'm not interested in points, in money. I don't want to hear money. I just want to hear I just want to hear, um, end of the day, how much one can grow an account in percentages, or talk about proper analysis. What is your model? Things like that. Money's not important. We don't care because you can be up you can be up 1,000, but you can lose 2,000 the next minute. I'm more interested in, okay, what's your entry? Where's your stop loss? What's your TP? And what are you looking for in the market? Why did you change from bearishness to bullishness? Those are things that are of interest. Okay, we're still holding up. 340. So I'm conflicted a little bit between bullish and bearishness because we are staying below this area here, and you can see we're tapping. We're not going higher, but and NQ is doing exactly the opposite, right? So NQ is doing exactly the opposite, is more bullish. As I said in the beginning already, okay, I'm not touching it because it's, and I really need to see NQ go above this level for me to really get into a trade. Full port. No, I don't want to say full port, but we could still go bearish from here because we're still not going above these levels, and ES is still doing the opposite. They're using the same levels, but one to the upside, one to the downside. Yeah, the weekly open is also very always important. Yeah, daily open, weekly open, very important. Okay, let's see. 336. So I'm just what I'm looking for. Are we just forming another wick here? So like just for we're just creating liquidity, right? Here, 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 here. The question is, do we want to take it out, or are we going to go lower first? Or are we going to take out this liquidity, or are we creating more to leave it? Ah, I got my answer right over there. I got it right over there. I got my answer right over there. What a shitty London again. No, I don't. It's too wiki. I don't like the price action. It's telling me it's shit. We're just in consolidation area, and it doesn't look like we're gonna. Maybe at 4 o'clock, guys. Let me see what you guys, bullish 32, bearish 45, accumulation 23. We're just accumulating, guys. It's nothing serious. It's just accumulation. Higher time frame consolidation. Actually, it's time distortion almost. Well, technically, not really, because we are taking it is taking out liquidity, so it's not time distortion, I guess. We are moving, but we're just high time frame accumulation, which is normal after such a large move, right? I mean, look at the 1 hour. We've been moving, and this is actually the first time that we're accumulating after Thursday, 4 o'clock. You see that? So it's just normal. It's actually healthy. I'm actually hoping we get manipulation to the upside, distribution to the downside. So like I said, I don't have much to go off the 4 hour. So for me, it's really hard to read. I said straight away, the 4 hours hard to read for me to establish direction or distribution for me. So that's why I was also a little bit like, okay, I don't like it. Then I saw the difference between ES and NQ that made me like wonder, okay, what are you going to do? ES, you're above these 2 times, NQ is below. I don't see any proper displacement as well. So that's why I stayed out of shorts all the time. 1 hour, you can clearly see we are 1 hour, I call it making 1 hour babies. It's just accumulating and we're staying above this order block. Sorry, this order block. What does a large and red green bar side by side mean? Oh, you mean just 2 large? Well, you mean this, like this when you have they're next to each other? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean a BPR, a balanced price range? Are you just referring to this chart, Jay? Or because these are not that large, right? There's just accumulation here. Accumulation. If you have like back and forth, no displacement away, that is this. That is accumulation. But when you have like when are you talking about maybe an area like, let's go to the 5-minute. You mean a situation like this, one green, one something like this? Is that what you mean? So we are still not going higher body-wise above the area that I marked in yellow, right? You can see that. We're staying below it. So technically, it signifies bearishness to me. But ES is still telling me, I'm not going lower. I know, AG, isn't it? Yeah, I know. I have to sleep in Asia, but I have a model and it's so beautiful. I'm like, oh my God, I have to start waking up in Asia, trade it, and then go back to sleep. But I actually woke up this morning and it was like, it was in the middle of the night for me, like, and I was like, oh, and I'm sort of half asleep still, and just didn't feel like doing it, but I think I'm going to do that. Because I think Asia now is so much better to trade than London. I mean, it's not just 1 week. It's been literally like 4 weeks now that I'm like looking, when I journal, I'm like, oh, okay, Asia actually was pretty solid, and it's proper, and it's just uh ES is not stuck. It's just accumulating. Accumulation is not being stuck. It's accumulating orders. It is just using that price level to accumulate. It doesn't mean it's stuck. We like accumulation because accumulation is the beginning of manipulation and distribution. Time distortion, on the other hand, well, actually, technically, when price doesn't move in macros and then it skips macros, it is sort of stuck. But you can still see within the macros we did make moves. But it's just accumulating. It doesn't mean it's stuck. It's just accumulating order, which is totally normal after such a large move. Is what you want to see for a healthy market. It's what you want to see. But we don't like to see it in during the whole session of London. We prefer to have it in Asia, because when you have it in Asia, you just have a healthy. It's just easier for us with our normal models to present themselves when you have Asia accumulate, London manipulates, and then either in New York we get continuation or distribution, right? But when we have London, you know what I don't like about this price action, when we it's just, Haney, I think you're good at this, when it's instantly moves out of accumulation without a clear manipulation. And you tend to see that happen when we have this now. We could move very fast out of that higher time frame accumulation, and then sort of like you already have to either frame your manipulation on the 1 hour or maybe on the 15 minute. Um, but it's healthy to have some form of accumulation, especially after a large move, right? It's nothing weird in the sense of, but I mean, we haven't had any proper accumulation since Thursday. So maybe we should, no, Jay, it's accumulation, manipulation, distribution. It's not distribution, accumulation, manipulation. No, 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 no. It's not distribution, accumulation, manipulation. It's always AMD, AMD or XAMD, AMDX, meaning there's always one scenario in between before we move into the next scenario. Um, Oh, we are above the 2 a.m. now as well on NQ. Look, guys. Jay, look at the 1 hour. This is just a range. We're still in distribution on the 1 hour. We are in the range that's been created by Asia. We're in distribution. We are in accumulation since the open, since 6 o'clock. We're just accumulating on the 1 hour. You see the Friday, we have not expanded away from Fridays in an area that has been created in the lunch, in the PM session. We are still, this was Friday. We were in here. We just swept the high of Friday, and then we just literally, we are in a range, within the range that's been created on Friday, New York PM session. So the only thing that you see happening here on the 1 hour is that we just swept a little bit above it. And now we're just going back and forth within the range. We just swept it, creating Asia high, but we have not expanded away from New York PM session. We're just consolidating within the range that has been formed during New York PM session. See that? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3, 4, and we swept the high here at 4 o'clock. So it's higher time frame accumulation. Okay, let's have a look because we're still not going higher. 4 o'clock, yeah, let's see, because I'm interested in the short now. I like it now. Now I'm getting more interested. $2.15. I don't know. We're on the bullish side. Look, we've got a market maker model again, guys. Sell side, buy side. Are we going to go up? Um, yeah, and so NQ is still in the range within that we formed at New York PM session, but look at ES. ES is in the range of not even, is below the range of the PM session. It's in Friday's range, so it's still an inside day, right? If you look at the daily, we're inside on ES. We're inside Friday's candle. and E and Q just swept the high, right? See, you can see the difference here. We swept it high, and ES did not. So we've got SMT on the daily, right? You can see we've got daily SMT with ES and NQ. So I want to see what you guys think. Bullish 28%, bearish 38, accumulation 34%. So up to 4:30, so half an hour to go. Yeah, I wonder if we can go higher than this. I mean, it's hard to um I mean, you can see how they've been using midnight 2 and 3 o'clock as a barrier, right? And on ES we're still above oh, now we're going beyond it. Okay, let's see. Who's bullish? 30%. Oh, oh, is it? Do we have a first FGG? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I see. I see. Yeah, that's a very good observation, by the way. Oh, we have one here though, at 3:39. We have one here as well, 3:20. But on the 5 minute is we don't have any, right? You see that? That's actually I didn't even look at that. Yeah, that's very telling, right? We only have one here, but that's in a BPR, balanced price range. Like if you have one pass through, but it's not balanced because you got a gap here. Oh, so annoying. No trades from me so far, guys. One paper trade to the long side. I brought it to break even. I got stopped out on purpose. Just want to see if we did not go higher than midnight and 2 and 3 at that time. So that meant for me also like, oh, this is not going to be followed through at the time. It was about, was it a 310 macro? I can't remember. But we're now, let's see, at 10 past 4. Hey, so normally when you have daily SMT, you want to see a fast move away from it, right? And we did not get it. So I'm inclined to think that we're going to invalidate the SMT. So that means we're going up, right? So now we have a SMT at the top, but we didn't move away from it. We just sort of like accumulated. So I wonder if we're going to invalidate that daily SMT. As you can see also here in the end walk, there's nothing happened here on the top side. And on NQ, we've been accumulating this area. We're balancing out the top area. So I'm just wondering, I mean, I don't think we're going to go away from this area to the downside. I mean, I'm just thinking like, why would it leave this open, move away? Yeah, I'm more, I mean, I think I want to position myself for that long. I'm paper trading, guys. Um, 6-2. Gonna, we are above. You know what? Also, I mean, if then this is the bolo. This is actually also very bullish, right? I think this. Um, so I'm not interested in taking this on my account. So that's why I take a larger stop loss. Just want to take out the highs. So. I don't really exactly know. It's a if you go on X and type in the BOLO, it's a new PDRA that ICT introduced. But it would be invalidated now because we are going lower from it. Okay, now we're getting some displacement. Now I like it. 410, 10 past 4. I like it. I like it. Finally, we get some movement. Yes, beautiful. I still want displacement away from ES 2 o'clock. I want really a large red candle below it. Still not. Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry, but if I see still that ES is going up and Q is going down, I ain't touching it. I ain't touching it. Um, I've been burned too many times with that. It's just telling me that I can't trust the move. It might go down, but it could just easily spike back up again. Look, and ES is still above the most important thing is the 4. I'm looking for the distribution of the 1 in the 4 hour, right? Now we are below the 3 o'clock if we're here, but we're still above the 2 o'clock, which is the 4-hour distribution candle that for me is the most important. I want to be in the direction of the 4-hour candle. And if there is discrepancy between the two, I need them all to be aligned to go in the same direction. And in the older day, I would say, oh, you know what, we took a high here on the ES, it will follow. But you see, it's not really doing it. And even at 10 past 4, which is a very, when you have like accumulation, a lot of the times we tend to run out of it after 4 o'clock, but we're still not really, we had some displacement. Yeah, it's a start, but I still don't like it in the sense of like, I would have rather had larger displacement and further away, and also ES follow. And ES is still above midnight in 2, while NQ is below it. Ain't touching it. Not shorting at all. Again, I'm just more interested in longs at the moment, but I think this might be a nice one. I'm going to go on the 30 seconds now. I need to... God, what a horrible... Yes, and they're not correlated anymore. I mean, now they seem to be correlated again. Okay, we're going higher above. Okay, I'm going to enter a paper trade inversion again. Using the first breaker. $17. Come on, I want to take the highs again. I'm just paper trading this area. As long as there is this weird price action, I'm paper trading. Not bad. Okay, let's say 15 minutes. We're gonna leave this. Yeah, okay. We had 1/3 level here. Did not take out this one here. We're reclaiming an old bearish breaker. Let's see if we get over it. I think ES wants to go in here. Bearish. Order block. Order block. Um, I'm actually anticipating it to go through bearish order blocks now. So it's sort of a unnatural move, to be honest, but I don't know. It's been a really weird, very weird move to the downside, right? But I'm just looking at ES, and I think they're going to invalidate that daily SMT. Look, ES is going up into the end walk right now. I would think it would leave this devil's mark on the 15th, so I'm thinking we have until 4:30 at least to the upside, right? Because I think we're gonna leave it. The lack of manipulation here is going to be left for another candle, so I would assume we have to the upside for at least 8 more minutes. Let's see. So let's see if it can go all the way up here on NQ, ES, and that will be, well, we'll just follow ES. ES will be my guide. ES has guided me through the whole London session to be careful, so I'm just gonna keep on using it for now. ES has been helpful so far. We're above an old bullish breaker, so that's also quite, that's bullish. Even though we have a bearish for value gap, I think we're going to invalidate it. There we go. You've done your work. Okay, let's go. I'm trusting time now more than actually the price action, to be honest. The price action is just shit. Boring. It's fucking boring. Oh. So is this a silver bullet setup? A silver bullet is the retracement into displacement technically, but it gets a little bit more complicated when we have been in consolidation, because then the question is that displacement a real displacement, or is it still within a consolidation area? Because a lot of times when it's in an area of consolidation, it doesn't, it just gets they get just constantly violated, right? All the, and also you want to be able to use your OTE levels. You see the difference on the 1 hour, guys, with ES is up as an upward candle and NQ down. Make it a rule to stay out of your eval. Well, you can do your evals, but do not use your funded accounts or whatever when you see this. When you see 1 hour candle going up on NQ, 1 hour candle going down on the other, just be careful. You see the discrepancy between the two? Just demo trade and just well, there's daily SMT, right? So AG, if you look at the daily here, on the daily, the high, we have a NQ took out the high during Asia, right? So we have SMT here, and ES did not. So ES never did that. So technically, we have a daily. We already have, you see, this is daily SMT. But what happened? We did not move away from it. We sort of like went into consolidation. So now the question is this SMT going to hold, and are we going to go lower using that daily SMT, or because there's a discrepancy between NQ and ES, and ES has been like, did not fill this whole N walk to the upside. I'm just wondering if we're going to invalidate this SMT, or is it going to hold? If it's going to hold, we're going to move away fast from it, and we want to see displacement going further away to the downside. So we hold that daily SMT, right? But 1 hour candle on ES is going up, and the 1 hour candle on NQ is going down. You see how different they are? They're just not correlated anymore. They are decoupled. Decoupling means you have to be careful. Hey, everything is now 33%, guys. Bullish, bearish, accumulation up to 430. So that's right now. So it's equal. Everybody thinks all scenarios is like which makes sense if it's like this, right? I'm waiting for ES and NQ to be coupled again. It's just horrible. So ES is still above the 2 a.m. open and midnight, and NQ is below it again. So what is YM doing, by the way? Oh, wow. It's bullish to me. Uh, this is very bullish. How ES closed with the devil's mark, and we already took out the, we rejected here. So it seems like ES wants to go higher again. God damn it. Why are you so annoying? This is the weirdest ES candle. You see that? Oh, look at these lows here. Ooh, you're so, it's going to be such a juicy short at some point. Oh, are you going to give it us 5 o'clock? Ah, you just want to go. What do you want to do, ES? Look at this. This is not very bullish. Higher, higher, higher. But then again, this is bullish again. We've got nice lows here. Same scenario. Yeah. I want both to be either above the 2 and the midnight or below it together. Before that, I'm just not going to anticipate. It's one of my rules. I'm not going to break them. Because one of the two will do something funny at some point, and they will go back into, I mean, they have to get coupled again at some point. So one of the two is either going to, either NQ is going to spike up very, very fast and follow ES, or ES is just going to drop like a, I like the idea that ES is going to drop, because look at these equal, look how beautiful this has been created. We already went into this wick here, so this could be liquidity, and we still have all that lower, the 20%, of last week still here. I mean, I favor the idea to the downside. Let me get that clear, but I've been burned too many times, like not taking the decoupling serious. I always thought, oh, I can see it clearly, and I got in, and then I thought I would now enter. For example, if gun to my head, I would say, okay, I'm going to enter short on NQ, and then I will think that ES will follow because of this. But in the past, it got me too many times. It made one manipulation move, like a big spike suddenly, and then takes me out, right? Things like that. So it's a rule for me now. If it's decoupled, I just wait until it's coupled again, and then I can get clear direction. It is what it is. I want like 15-minute, like in one block, at least 15 minutes has to be the same and have the same direction. One, like a 15-minute, preferably an hourly candle. You want them to have the same direction, if that makes sense, right? ES did not take the high. ES high is, Friday high is still here. And Q took highs, daily highs. ES did not. ES is still in the N walk of, didn't even fill the whole N walk, and Q did, as you can see. It's annoying. Look how ugly ES looks on the 15-minute. Guys, see that? It makes a high, it takes it. It makes a high, it takes it. It makes a high, it takes it. The question is, what is the last high that ES will take out? For our expansion. 4-hour ES bullish, 4-hour NQ bearish. Good luck, guys, with that. 1 hour same. 1 hour. Oh, the 1 hour is now getting closer. We like to see that. See the 1 hour now is a doji here and bearish. You want to see them both bearish or bullish. Let's see. Oh yeah, Alex. Yeah, yeah. I was just looking at that. Yeah, I didn't even see your but the 1 hour is getting sort of like. Let's see. Okay, 1 hour turning bullish again. Let's wait. I mean, maybe 5 o'clock, or it could be nice. We stay hopeful. Yeah, IG is horrible. Mobile, it is decoupled at the moment. You don't want to be, you want to really, like I said, you really want to wait until price action gets more, gets back to being, especially S&P and NQ and the one, especially the 4 hour candle, when they go in the different direction, you can already predict just price action like this, going back and forth, and no clear direction in the sense of having continuation in your trades, right? If you're a scalper, it's fine. If you have like, I mean, NQ did have some good moves to the downside. I'm not a scalper. I hate scalping. I don't want to say hate it, but it's just not my style. If you have very short trades, you could still make some money, but then again, it is sort of a rule of thumb. When you see the decoupling, it's just hard to trust the market, and you want to be able to have a higher probability in your trades, right? So as long as ES and Q is decoupled, um, it's hard to predict anything. Now, I actually I favor actually the I would love to see a move to the downside, but because we're not moving away from that SMT, I'm sort of thinking, do they want to invalidate it and go one, so both ES and NQ will make one leg higher again, then have the move? So let's say A, manipulation to the upside, distribution to the downside. I would favor that. But it could also just go lower and ES will catch up, and then both they will be the same, moving downwards. And then maybe New York goes higher again. Because if we go higher again, we will invalidate the daily S&T. But if we're going to hold that, that means that we might turn and we might not go higher for a while, which could be a possibility. But looking at the daily, I think we still might reach 4 standard deviation. We're at 3.5 now. Now it doesn't have to go to 4. It could also just use 3.5 standard deviation. But it went to the manipulation move went exactly to 2.5. Most of the times when you have 2.5 used for the move to the downside on the daily, you can expect 4 to be used as well. So I don't know. It feels to me like, I don't know. Yeah, but Alex, you can say this. You can say the same of the lows created on ES, right? If you look at ES, you have a similar scenario at the lows. So it's sort of like, yeah, it looks to me like ES wants to go lower to because it doesn't, you have higher highs all the time on ES and nice equal lows, and Q has exactly the opposite. Yeah, and ES keeps going over that Asia high, right? You see again now we're tapping an Asia high on NQ. So it looks to me like ES wants to go for the high. That will invalidate the SMT or create a new SMT. I don't know. I have no idea. It's so weird. I don't think I have a scenario like this in London yet. It's weird. Don't use caps, please, Alex. Oh, it's so cold. Okay, I'm just gonna do a new poll, bullish or bearish. Okay, it's hard to say because I don't know what you guys are trading. Let me. Okay, it's 4:48. How can I frame a question? I'm just thinking what you got. I just want to do a poll. I'll just stick to NQ. NQ. Are we going? Okay, I'm gonna frame the question like this. Let me see. NQ. Um, 4 hour candle is. Remember on NQ, we did take, oh, we did not go to 50% before. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, NQ, higher or lower before 5 o'clock. Uh, Next macro, bullish or bearish? Bullish or bearish on NQ? There we go. I'm not going to even write down accumulation because I'm fed up with accumulation. Oh wow, 800 million calls versus 38 million puts. Okay, I want a paper trade, guys. I want to put a paper trade on. Like I'm going to do a gamble paper trade, okay? A gamble paper trade. I'm going to enter before around 4:52, 4:53. I'm allowed one gamble paper trade per day. Mr. Chaos, are you here? I haven't heard. Mr. Chaos today, or accompaniment Carl. I saw you, Mr. Chaos. Accompaniment Carl hasn't called in yet. Mr. Chaos, are you having breakfast? Are you ready for a gamble trade? Oh, there you go. I think it's time for a gamble trade, guy. We can have one per day or one per session. And most of the times it's wrong, and that's good. Yeah, I want to do. I'm gonna do a paper trade long gamble. It's not. I don't. ES and Q is decoupled. Normally, I would never enter. Okay, let's get a thing straight. So, but I'm gonna think the 5 o'clock because ES. I think ES is telling us what is going to happen. I'm gonna paper trade. Gamble. Don't follow unless you're a gambler. Be prepared to lose. I'm going to use, hold on. I am going to use, and you know, when I gamble, I always lose when I trade, so that's good. My brain is like, if I, 369. Okay, here we go. So yeah. So I think we're going to take out these highs and ES filling this gap a little bit. Let's see, but it's a gamble. After such a long wait, we can gamble, right? One trade. I'm gonna write it down here, guys, so it's clear. Gamble, paper trade after 3 hours of streaming and being patient. I'm allowed to do this. That's my reward. Yeah, patient being a relative term for, I know. Hey, listen, for 3 hours, being patient is I mean, we're already invalidating this. I see this as an inversion. If this is might be the case and we take out these highs, I think we are going to invalidate the SMT. It's 5 o'clock. A lot of the times, the moment we are, maybe this might be we are getting back to. Oh, my stop loss. You cannot trade without a stop loss. Are you kidding? Um, oh, hell no, Martijn. No, 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 no. The wicks are the manipulation. I need the manipulation. For me, the manipulation is actually more important than liquidity. So wicks are, I would trade blind without the wicks. Hell no, I'm not moving wicks. No, 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 no. So there is a misconception when people say wicks do the damage and body tells a story. It's yes, but you know when you use that when you want to see how are candles behaving within a certain PD array. For example, are we staying within a certain level? But when I look at the charts, I need my wicks because wicks are the manipulation move. And if you have a candle, you have OHLC, right? You want to know the open, high, low, close. Um, Also in relationship to another. So for me, it's a no-go. I get it when you are looking like, okay, are we staying within a range, for example? But when we're expanding, um, wicks are gaps. Gaps have a lot of information. The market does only two things: seek liquidity, which are highs and lows, which are formed by a gap, which are formed by a wick, sorry. But also, if you have a 5-minute wick, a wick is a gap. A gap is an imbalance. What does a market do? Balance out imbalances. So also some PD arrays like a rejection block, you need to see the wicks to identify the a rejection block as well. Um, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, no, it's 5 o'clock. Um, hold on, hold on, hold on. Lack of manipulation. Let's see if we get it straight away. Um, Inversion activated, so still bullish to me. Let's see. The only thing that I wonder is if it's going to go into here, give it a little, like you want to see a wick here above it, right? It's a lack of manipulation, if it wants to continue or not. This time. Sorry, guys. Ooh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I hate sneezing. The worst is when you want to sneeze and you can't. It doesn't. It doesn't come, right. It's so annoying. It's like, oh my god, just do it, and then it's like, yeah. Let me just. I'm cold. Oh, I'm a little bit cold. It's nice outside. It's 25 degrees, but because the houses are a little bit colder, it just doesn't. And there's no sun. It's above now, so I have to go outside a little bit later on and just go to the beach and just do my recharging moment after a day like this or morning like this. And oh my god! But you know what? Um, it might be much better in New York because we had our accumulation. It's just sorting out its business. Maybe it's going to be much nicer. We're not going to give up. Okay, still in the paper trade, gamble, long. Uh, are we still decoupled? Oh, we are moving in the same direction, though. Um, we are still moving in the same direction now, but we're still below. I wonder if let's see. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, suspension. Is this the high? Is this, are we gonna go lower from here? Mm. Okay, okay, okay. And Q getting over the 2 o'clock. Both now. Okay, now we've got, let's see if they can keep it up. Okay, let's go for the highs. Come on, guys. You can do it. Okay, this looks bullish now. Breaker on the 1 minute. I include the wicks with the breaker in days like this because if we get a retest, I want the full area because then it will give me a good, a better confirmation. Let's see. See, and I like what are we doing? We're forming nice larger candles now, so it looks a little bit better, the price action. Order block. Let's see if we can hold. We didn't activate the breaker yet. It has created equal highs already. Ooh, might be bearish. Equal highs, equal lows. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can make it to a 360. I'm gonna lower my profit to 360. That's it. 359. Yeah. I wonder if I should get out. 5:10. God damn it, I hate this market so much. Um, I'm gonna bring my stop loss to the midpoint of this OB. If we're gonna go below the midpoint, I want to be taken out. That means it's gonna disrespect the order block. Take me out in profit. Hey, Gigi. Yeah. Oh, is there a green candle here? Oh, hold on. This is the order block. So my stop loss is gonna go higher. There you go. So I have no losses today on any accounts. Just paper trade telling me the market is shit. It's just not, it's just moving within a range, going back and forth. Mm, at some point, it will give clear direction. I mean, it's not going to stay like this all day. I mean, I hope not. Um, it'll either just break to the downside or go back up. And I would, I think if it would go up, it might invalidate the daily S&T, but it might want to keep it as well. But so my TP is at 50% of this 4-hour wick. The 4-hour wick did not hit 50% of this wick, so we could go into this wick to 50% before going low, or we're going to take out the high. But again, we are, ES is above the midnight and 2 o'clock, and we are below it again on NQ. So I'm still in that gamble paper trade. Haven't been stopped out yet. So it's still respecting the order block, bullish order block. Now, the one thing that I don't like to see is ES created an equal high on the 1 hour, and I'm always wondering, are they going to leave that for the next hour? So, does that mean we're not going to go higher anymore on the 1 hour on ES? Well, let's see. A lot of the times they leave it equal highs for later, right? Because it's a magnet, right? So that, um, Mm. I'm okay to be stopped out, then I'm going to go to the beach or something. Oh, it's so, I'm just getting fed up with this. We've had this so many times now through London that we just sit through a whole session of consolidation. I mean, last week it was literally every day. If you can't remember, almost every London session is just low probability. I have to write it down, but I think it was most of the days, right? I can't remember. I think I should start waking up on Asia. The moment I start doing it, probably it turns or something. But maybe I should. But it's always hard to fall asleep sooner. And then when the moment I fall asleep, it's almost when Asia starts. So it's hard for me to wake up. And then I'm sort of like, when you just get into the sleep, like, oh, and I'm so tired. And I just, I'm okay, never mind. But I think it's better to trade Asia. I've got such a solid model there. I love it. I mean, I just don't trade it because I'm not awake, but this is really like, oh yeah, okay, see, okay, see, I think you weren't there, but I actually all the time said, let's follow, okay, I mean, close your eyes and go long. I think it would serve you well the whole month, right? The whole last month, that was actually the best advice. Just go long and close your eyes, and you'll be good to go. Yeah, I totally agree, but we don't do it. Never suffer. Look, I'm struggling, man. In all honesty, after a while like this, I put in it is not fun, but I didn't lose any money. I'm not frustrated. Well, I'm sort of frustrated, but not that bad. But I'm sort of like getting to a point. I can already feel it's not anxiety, but I'm getting irritated a little bit. Like, and then I feel the need to put on a gamble trade. And I also want to see at some point you want to see it move, and I know my brain is already starting to like wanting to see things happen, but I know I should stay out, right? I'm not going to put any money on the line or any. I'm not going to use my mental, but it is draining a mental capital, even though I'm not in a paper trade, even though I'm not in a normal trade. If I put on a paper trade, it does drain a little bit of my mental capital because I treat them the same. And but yeah, I have very strict rules I follow, especially when it's decoupled and things like that. And sometimes you don't. Normally, when I wouldn't stream, I would just close the laptop and do something else. Um, yeah. So, but it's also practicing. So AG, it's also for me. Like I'm pushing my limits. Like also getting better at being able to deal with this. So sticking to your rules, and even though price is telling you it's not ready to move, for me, it's already a win that I established the decoupling, and it would not be in my favor to trade this. It's a win already. But the thing that I catch myself on is like, even though it's just a paper trade, I would love it to see it go my way now. And I'm sort of like, it's in my brain. Like I'm getting a little bit irritated if it doesn't do it, even though it's just a paper trade. I'm demanding, like, come on, market, do it now, because now you're irritating the F out of me, you know. But I don't care about if it's not a monetary win. I sort of like want it to go even though it's a paper trade. It's like, you know what? Because you have this scenario in your head, and it's already a win if your paper trade goes in your direction, if you sort of like manage to. But it's a wrong mindset. It's wrong. It has to be pure mechanical. Why? Okay. And what happened at what time? As I keep on pointing out the decoupling between ES and NQ. But for me, the most important thing is, okay, if it would go into that trade, okay, what did the market do exactly to go into that direction? Was it coupled again? Was it like, that's the most important thing. The logic behind it. And were we on the buy side all the time? And why now is it working, right? Or not? We're not there yet. But this is my breaker. I want to see my breaker activated. That means I need a candle closure above it. We're still not activating the breaker. There we go. Maybe now. Hey, Bowser, how are you doing? But we also took the high of Google don't want to go to work. uh, yeah, but on NQ we also took the Asia high, Bowser. I don't know if you noticed that, and then we went back into the range. So it's been like literally ranging 1 hour. We've just been consolidating on the 1 hour. And we have daily SMT. Have you noticed the daily SMT and the decoupling of NQ and ES? Literally, I don't know, you're probably sleeping, right? I don't know if you were. We had like a red candle on ES on the 4 hour, literally all London, and an upward candle, was it NQ? It was. NQ didn't want to go below the 2 and the 2 o'clock, as you can see, and we were literally below 2 a.m. open all the time with NQ. It's been horrible, Bowser. You didn't miss anything. If you were sleeping, well done. Okay, we activated the breaker. Just keeping it. Yeah, Bowser, I think also, I think I should start waking up for Asia, to trade Asia, to be honest. Literally all week, last week, it's been consolidating in London, or just something just doesn't, no displacement, no large distribution candles. Order block, another order block, another order block. Looks bullish to me now. Hey, Real Maximus, how are you? Yeah, I might change my living schedule or something, because if this is going to continue to happen, then I might stop trading London for a while until. But then, it's just cycles. At some point, it will change again, right? The thing is, if I start trading Asia, I might be too curious to sleep through. I mean, I can't sleep in daytime, so I just have to go to bed sooner. But I probably won't sleep like you guys. I mean, mobile. So if I talk about distribution, I prefer to trade 1 and 4 hour distribution. So that means I want to have a clear accumulation, manipulation, distribution showing me. And then I want to trade the distribution of, for example, the 1 or the 4 hour candle. Now, if we look at the 1 hour here, you can see. Now, one could say, yeah, but they distribute up and down, up and down. This is not distribution for me. I want to see accumulation, manipulation out of a accumulation zone, and then the distribution to the downside. Now, in hindsight, these are still not bad candles, but still, again, it's not how I prefer to trade. Let me show you something. So when you trade distribution, you want to have the larger candles, but this is also not really a clear. This is your accumulation, manipulation, and then distributing. But what had happened lately is that we distribute in a very, with all these smaller candles, which is different than it used to be before. Normally you have like larger candles, which is, you want to have large distribution candles. That's why I haven't traded this. I don't like this, and I stay out of it as well. Let me show you. I have to go way back for a nice AMD. I can go on the daily. On the daily, it's clear. Um, okay. Oh, here we go. Now we're distributing a little bit. So what you want to tend to do when you trade distribution, for example, if you want to trade upward movement, you want to get in between the open and the low, the wick, and then you, like for example, oh, I've got a avro falling. So for example, this is the 4 o'clock, right? Where was it 4 o'clock? Um, so 4 o'clock opens, we manipulate to the downside and we're going to distribute to the upside. So that is how you want to enter. So here you want to enter below the 4 o'clock open, which I did, and then you anticipate distribution to the upside, but you want to get below the open of the candle. You want to get in for the distribution to the upside. But then again, it's still, you see, it takes out a high, goes back into the range. It takes out a high. It's almost seek and destroy this. It makes a high, goes back into the range. Take the high, make a new high, take the high, and slowly, because this is also really, this is nasty. This is high resistance, high resistance, high resistance, which I effing hate. You see, it takes a high, goes back. But I'm just looking at the order blocks now. No 15-minute order blocks. Okay, good. Well, not good actually. 5-minute order block, order block, order block. We've got a gap here. Oh shit, I forgot something. Very, 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 very important. Oh, oh boy, oh boy. I'm going to lower my take profit to here. It's taking too long. Okay, it's taking too long. But preferably you want to have the distribution in the same candle. So you see again, it's not, there's no follow through, right? Because you're just, it is distributing, but it stops again. And then maybe at the next candle, the 6 o'clock to 7. So it's slowly it's sort of like trickling up. So it's not really, this is not really how I like to play distribution. You want to have like in a macro, like accumulation is like, you have the candle before the new open accumulates, then you have got the manipulation. So you open, you've got your wick to the downside, and then the real move comes, and then you take the distribution of the candle to the upside, right? So for example, the wick between the open and the low is your manipulation move, and the distribution is then the move, the candle's body going to the upside. But when you're in accumulation phase, there is movement, but there's just no follow through because it's just creating liquidity technically. And in our situation, just taking it out constantly. But we are above, both above 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock and midnight, right? So it's something. You know, when you trade AMD power of 3, that's just actually very short how the basics of trading AMD power of 3 using that logic. So it's just using the open high low close or open high low close of the candles. And especially during New York, I use that with the 10 o'clock a lot. So it's also for that reason that I have my opening prices of those candles here to see where are we at. Are we above open price of the 2? Are we above the open price of the 3? Well, so if I see that the 2 o'clock on NQ and ES has a decoupling, it's important already for me. That's already telling me that the 4-hour candle is not moving in the same direction, right? And you want those to move in the same direction. If you also have higher time frame alignment, you want to have your the 15, the 1 hour, and the 4-hour move in the same direction, but also on NQ and ES, you want to have them be aligned in some way. If it's not, you already know one is going one way, and you know one is going to catch up on the other, and you don't want to be on the wrong side of that one because it's going to catch up with the other one, most likely at some point, right? Yeah. Now ES and NQ are on the both on the same side. I see a market maker model, guys, sell side, buy side. Do you guys see it? So I lowered my TP. Why? Um, just because I'm fed up. Yeah, AG. I mean, yeah, don't use your mental capital or your this shitty price action. It's not worth it, right? I would also just wait until you get some clear distribution away from either the high. I mean, the question is, are we going to keep that daily SMT, right? Look, on the higher time frame, we hit 0.35 standard deviation. I wonder if it wants to go to 4. So that means maybe a spike up, a little bit higher, right? Something like that. And then have the move to the downside. It's, I mean, it's just, we did not go back to 20% of the weekly range last weekend. We didn't do it in Asia either. So it might be today or maybe tomorrow. But then again, we could also just go back up again forever. I don't know anymore. Tomorrow is CPI. So we have news tomorrow, but then again, well, I don't think today will be a trend day. I don't think we're going to get a trend day today. What time is it? 41. Okay, let's go. Rejection here, maybe? Let's see. Or just blasting through now, finally. Beautiful market maker model. Okay, 4 hour are both now bullish. That's nice to see. So we've got some normal price action now. Both 1 hour, I would assume the same. Yeah, I like it. It's looking better now. See, now at least we have similar price action. Both above the 2 and midnight, 3 and 4. When you trade ES, you want to be careful when it hits the top of the N walk. Is also settlement price exactly there, so it will definitely give a reaction there. NQ is already above it. Hallelujah, almost, guys. Oof. Hallelujah. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised that we go higher. But I just want to be out. I'm fine with this. I wouldn't be surprised we go over this level here and then take out those highs. But yeah, just take me out there. It's just order blocks again, guys. Order blocks are so crucial now. Um, but look what we have for there is going to be a nice down move. Look how we've been just, okay, I'm out. Thank you. I think to go higher and spike higher, but I just want to be out. There was a gamble trade. It worked. Uh, the moment it would over here, it got very clear, like you have a market maker model. It was not, it was respecting the breaker, order blocks respecting. So yeah. God, this took a long time to form. And now talking about distribution, now you can see some distribution forming. But if you talk about you see how small the area is of the wick, right? But if you have a new candle forming like this, you want to use this area to get in, right? Let me show you. So you open here. But what you do is if you have a new candle and it goes lower, you still want to use you can still allow yourself to use the 4 a.m. open to give yourself some more room, if that makes sense, right? So what I do, if I have a situation like this, I give myself room to also use the 4 o'clock, right? The low between the wick of the 4 o'clock and the 5 o'clock. So that's where I want to enter. If I anticipate a move to the upside, which I did from with my gamble trade. So I still followed my rules and it gave the distribution. How many points was it? 50 points or something? Not too bad, but I just, it was it was hard to wait, but here we got the distribution finally. Still following AMD. Yeah, and also the reason why I did it was I believe if I'm not mistaken, that when we closed this candle, we were also ES was above midnight and 3 o'clock. I could be, yeah, I should be, let me just double check because there has to be a rule. Yeah. Yeah, I believe when I did that, that was one of my rules as well. It had to be above, but if not, I missed it, but it should have been a rule. Yeah, 460 was my initial TP, but I didn't wait for that. Oh, it did go there. Oh, look at you. Okay, this was my initial TP. I brought it down to here. 360 was my initial TP. Yeah, definitely. Now I might be interested in a short, by the way. Is this a short, guys? Is this a short? Um, okay, well, um, Yeah, not bad, not bad, but tough morning session, tough London session. For me, the market maker model didn't really present itself when this breaker got activated here. And I was waiting for NQ and ES to be coupled again, which took a little bit more time than I thought it would. So not easy, not an easy session. And a lot of the times when we are below this macro, it's also difficult because it could, and we just kept on. Remember that it just didn't go higher that midnight. It kept going lower, lower. And then finally here we start going back up again and then lower again. And then what time did it form the low of the market maker model? 4:35, 4:12. Rejection block here on the 15. I don't know. Can you describe your pre-market preparation session? Can you describe your? Oh no, no, don't. Do not subscribe through YouTube. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. YouTube is not paying me, or they're giving me a hard time. So, what I do is I go over levels of London and frame the trades that I want to take in the opening. But don't sign up, guys. I have to cancel it, but because I still have some members, but I'm going to move something to Discord. But don't sign up, Casey. YouTube is literally, I mean, I don't know why, even though I sent them like my same address is the address in AdSense. It says, no, your address is not correct. I'm like, what? They're just giving me a hard, they just don't want to pay me. They're just not going to pay me. And it's okay. I don't care. I mean, AdSense, if you have ads on, you can literally make a few bucks per session. If I stream 4 hours, it's $1 or $2. It's not worth it. And so I just switched it off because I'm just making money for them. So everything through YouTube, I'm not going to use anymore. So yeah, it's still on, but I can't cancel it. I think I'll just cancel it and move it already for those who are already. I just want to make sure that people are not, yeah. There's a glitch to not verify. Well, I mean, I'm in touch. I was in touch with the support, and they just make up lies. I mean, they're literally lying to me. Like when I said, okay, well, for one, I don't get post here. In South Africa, we don't have regular post. And then, so I can't get the PIN for KYC, right? And I said, okay, well, can I prove my can I give my address? Can I prove it? My bank account, everything is on the same address. And I said, well, the only way you can prove it is to show us something that has been sent to your home. I said, well, that's the point. We don't have post here. So can I prove my address? And just proactively, I just sent my lease agreement, my bank statements. And then they said, well, yeah, after like back and forth. And I said, well, yeah, well, your soft copies don't add up. They're different. Your address doesn't match. I'm like, what do you mean? They're all the same. So I'm like, okay, you're not going to win this battle because they're just making up stories, not to approve you. In South Africa, it's the same thing. If you go somewhere and it's governmental, and they're not going to help you because either you know, well, let me just not, I'm not going to say it, but sometimes it's just, and you know already, okay, I'm not going to win this. I have to come back another day and hope there's someone else helping. You just know I'm not going to win this. They're just purposely doing that. Or they're really just, um, they are, yeah, but you know, it's just Haney, it's so, you know, what, no, either they're low IQ people, I literally got a response. Um, but it's so you know, this is the frustrating part. It's so easy for me to create a envelope, and I can go to the post office here. I told them as well, listen, if I get the pin, it's not sent to my address, it's a post, because we don't have post. It by miracle it will get there, and then, but that still doesn't prove your but it's so frustrating that they make me, almost they encourage you to fraud, to make up. I mean, it's so easy to do, but I'm like, okay, well, you know what, I don't care. You know, those few bucks that I make from YouTube AdSense, they make more money out of it. So I'm like, okay, well, if you don't want it, I'm just not going to give it then anymore. I'm just going to stop using it. But yeah, it's so easy to, yeah, but you know, you just create a envelope. I can literally get a stamp from the post office. I can ask my rental lease agent, you know what, okay, or you know, it's just, I mean, they're literally encouraging to do that, right? It's so weird. Like they want you to do that. Like they have no other way to do it. I think that's how support works. But I'm like, you know what, guys, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, Casey, it's true. Customer service now is so bad. Anywhere you go, right? It's horrible. It's just it's very frustrating. Yeah, Mr. I think you mentioned something like that as well. And yeah, you know, I'm just giving them, they're not paying me that money that people have, you know, subscribed to the mentorship. And I don't care about the AdSense, but it's just I mean, I feel like they don't, you know, you only have one thing, and that's your integrity and your honesty. And if people distrust you while you're actually being honest, that makes me very, very frustrated. It makes me actually very angry. It's all you have is your integrity and your honesty. It's your core, you know, and it's just all you can live by. And if that's being questioned unfairly, I'm not really. I'm just like, okay, I'm like, do I really want to fight this while you're actually questioning my integrity and my honor? While I'm actually being honest about my situation, that pisses me off. I think it was yeah, but I did. It's just saying I did that. Then, and at some point you have to get in touch with them because no, but that's the point. I already did that. I resent the pin 3 or 4 times, and then it stopped. You cannot do it. And then they tell you, get in touch with the support. I did. And I said, listen, I'm not getting my pin because of the situation. And then they came up with those stories. No, I went through that exactly because I didn't, you have to resend the pin for months, and it takes months. And then finally you get in touch with support. And then they say, oh, well, you still have to have a post. So it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. They just don't want to pay. I think it's just that's it. But anyway, guys, yeah, it's very frustrating because you know you start this whole chapter and you're so excited, and then it sort of ruins the whole thing, right? Like this distrust and this nastiness. Yeah, I mean, I waited for months because the moment I got monetized in January already, so I had every month I was allowed to resend, ask a new pin. So I did it. So I have to wait every 3 4 weeks, and then I send a new pin. Obviously it didn't get here because I don't have post, and it never got to the post office. And then after 2 weeks ago, I sent them a message and like, hey, I can't resend my pin, I already have the maximum amount, this is my story. I can't receive PIN. Here's my lease agreement. Here's my bank. Here's this and there's that. This is my rent paid. I showed everything. No, I'm like, what? Wow. Yeah, but you live in the US, right? I mean, you got your PIN through your post. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it's okay. Um, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna put too much effort in it. I'm like, the universe will. I think always what happens if things like this happen, I trust the universe, right? I'm thinking, okay, things happen for a reason. I have to just not focus on it. They don't want to do it. There's something else that I need to do. I need to steer my energy somewhere else. And I think it's going to be the mentorship, to be honest. Um, I really like doing it. It's very intensive, but it gives me purpose again as well. But it's sort of like different. And I think, that's why I when I walk and I do things, I'm like, okay, why is it happening? Things are always happening for a reason. I strongly believe in it. So it just makes me think, okay, why? Why am I? Because you know what? There's something else I need to do, and I need to focus on more than that. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, yeah. So you got your pin easily, but I think maybe it's in South Africa because I live in South Africa. Maybe they're like, okay, you know what? Some countries they don't like it, and they make up these stories. I really feel like it's on purpose because even though everything that I showed them was the same address as my AdSense account, so I'm like, okay, well, so I can't win it. So I just let it go. It's the best way. I'm not gonna stress myself anymore. I vented last week about it. Um, and yeah, and I'm a trader by heart. So the money from YouTube, well, it's not coming from YouTube. It's coming from my trading. And I have to focus on other things now. So it's all good. Yeah, it is what it is. It's just hanging. So I guess we are just have to do something else. But okay, guys, I'm gonna go touch some grass. I hope you guys do the same. And let's hope New York gets a little bit better. But yeah, I hope we get less wicks as well at some point. So more distribution, less wicks on the 1 hour. Let me put it that way, and on the 4 hour. We've got 4 hour wicks on both sides. So yeah, yeah. AdSense is shit. And also, if you do your mentorship, they take a lot of money from you. If you do it through Discord or other things, the fees are less. So you don't miss a lot. I mean, it's their loss. I mean, but it gets interesting when you have 10K views or over 20K views. It's interesting, but I don't have that, and I'm really eager to get that to be honest. I'm just happy with our little group. So for me, it's just, I like it the way it is. And yeah, if you have AdSense and you're really a big channel, then it's really interesting because then you get paid per thousand views, or well, it's sort of the RPM is per thousand. So about 1,000, you get a few bucks, but it's still, I mean, it's still money though, but it's not worth it to. I mean, on an hourly basis, if I do a 4 hour stream, I get 4 or 5 bucks. You know what? If I took, yeah. So yeah, but yeah, if you have over 10 or 20K or 100K views per video, yeah, it adds up, right? So, but it's not worth it for, um, yeah. So, but it's still, I'm just upset about about the lies and not trusting that what I'm saying is the truth. That's the upsetting part a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, guys, I'll see you tomorrow again. And if price action is nice, I might do a New York session stream depending on the students. I just want to see where they at. But we'll see. And the pre-market prep, I'll see you guys. Okay, guys, enjoy. Touch some grass. And I'll see you later. Ciao, ciao.